Jessica was able to detect Dr. Yue's deception. Because
You keep coming back like this, I'll have to stop calling you. Indeed. I hope you have more brains than the last courier I hired. Idiot tried to cross the desert on foot, without a sand bike. You keep coming back, unless someone shows up with a load of salvage. I've got time. There's one of those old desert testing stations. There was a fellow, but settlement. Ha! Sure, Smiley Tig still runs his place. You'll figure it out if you meet him. What's on your mind? The Padishah Emperor, in his infinite wisdom, has blessed us with a cohort of his most They use Chom mercs for the hunting mostly. The Sardaukar don't like being peacekeepers. So, Chom supplies the warm bodies to bulk out What's on your mind? No, he is quite mute. He arrived ridiculous. The troop sergeant must have... The Padishah Emperor, in his infinite wisdom, they use Chom mercs for the hunting You keep coming. The Padishah Emperor, in his infinite wisdom, has blessed us with a cohort of his most... The Padishah Emperor, in his infinite wisdom... The Padishah Emperor, in his infinite wisdom, has blessed us with a cohort of his most efficient and ruthless... The Padishah Emperor, in his infinite wisdom, has blessed us with a cohort of his most efficient and ruthless Imperial Sardaukar. They use Chom mercs for the hunting mostly. I suspect the real Sardaukar are looking for Fremen and that bastard Zantara. Have you been living under a rock? Zantara is a terrorist scum of the highest order. The Emperor has placed a 1,000,000 Solari bounty on his head. I don't think so. But if he did, the Sardaukar would garrote him. In the meantime, the Kirab suffice as target practice. Scavengers is too good a name for them. Everyone does what they can to scrape by. Scavies do it by mindlessly killing They are no more. Exterminated by the Sardaukar, and rightfully so. Only the terrorist Zantara persists. But I'm confident, not for much longer. Have you been living under a rock? Zantara is a terrorist. I don't think so. Scavengers is too good. They are no more. This region was once crawling with their filthy kind, but not anymore. If one walked through the door right now, I would shoot him in the face. What's on your mind?
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. Where do you want to go? Can I fly you somewhere today? Can I fly you somewhere today? Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. Where do you want to go? Atreides and their war levies. Look, I can get you there, but I want a little extra for the trip. All right.
Hey there. What do you need? If range is what you're after, nothing's going to beat an ornithopter, but what you're going to need to do to maximize your range is to find the perfect balance between fuel capacity, consumption, and storage. We're not talking about a gunship. You're not going to want to weigh yourself down with heavy weapon pods. What's it to you? Technical manuals mostly. I got them dating back to the 8000s. It's kind of a hobby. Other than that, there's a few moldy old tomes my father kept around before he croaked. Just your bog standard restricted list stuff he kept around for thrills. My father loved to get deep into a Samuda haze and pontificate about the legitimacy of imperial authority. Yeah, I've been meaning to get rid of it. Guess I just keep it around because it reminds me of the one thing I liked about my father. If range is what you're after, we're not talking about a gunship. You're not going to want to weigh yourself down with heavy weapon pods. What's it to you? Technical manuals mostly. I got them. Other than that, there's a few moldy... Just your bog standard... My father loved to get deep into a Samuk. Tell the Akazis that. You know what they did to the families of the rebels after the insurrection was put down? While the insurrection failed, the rebels were well dug in. But the old Duke Paulus Atreides, who had answered the Emperor's call to help destroy the rebels, had a better idea. Leto's father, Duke Paulus Atreides. You know, he was famously killed in a bullfight. It was all over the Communinet. Anyhow, Duke Paulus had the bright idea to offer amnesty to any insurrectionists who agreed to unconditional surrender. Enough of the rebels believed in the myth of Atreides' integrity to take the old Duke up on his offer. Of course, the Emperor at the time, Shaddam's father, Elrond, waited until Duke Paulus and his forces withdrew before exacting revenge. Elrond quietly deployed a Sardaukar legion to round up the families of the rebels and order them all burned alive, man, woman, and child. To hide his crime, Elrond ordered their ashes to be mixed with sculptor's clay and formed into a statue of himself raising his sword in victory. I guess that's what questioning authority gets you. You trying to catch something, or avoid getting caught? If evasion is your main game, then it's all about maneuverability. No one's saying that a sandbike is faster than a buggy or a thopter. But a sandbike can go a bunch of places 4 wheels and 4 wings can't. There's a reason the Kirab boost sandbikes before anything else.
You look a little lost, friend. You got some...
Oh, hey there, friend. Looking for anything special? Oh, you know, we're always coming across one weird thing or another in the Badlands. Just the other week, my youngest Sally tracked a resupply shuttle from Karana 3. Guess it wandered off the safe descent corridor and took a missile head in the business end. Oh, Arakeen Spaceport maintains a patrolled safe corridor for passenger shuttles and transports to reach the ground safely. Both the Harkonnen and Atreides respect the corridor, but outlaws, not so much. I guess that's why they're called outlaws. Oh, you know, the usual wreckage bric-a-brac, engine parts, a bunch of spacecraft-grade flex panels. Oh, and an intact 12 Series Ixion control switch. The 12 Series is very desirable because it was the last series manufactured before that unfortunate business with the invasion of Ix and all that. Oh, of course we do. They're going to take over the business one day, and they go out with their folks just like me and Finn did when we were kids. That's how Finn and me know each other. We come from old tomb-robbing stock on Hagel, both his folks and my folks. Oh, we have Finn's father to thank for that. You see, Finn's father, not so good at respecting the boundaries, and in the tomb-robbing game, that can get ya. Turns out, he broke into the wrong family crypt. Didn't do the proper research first, or he would have known the crypt belonged to the kind of family with a rep to protect. The kind of family with the clout to make those who cross them pay. Anyhow, next thing you know, we're getting hunted down one by one, and Finn and me just lit out of there. Bought a first-class ticket on a Highliner to the farthest place we could afford. That's how Finn and me ended up on Arrakis. Excellent. As always, the war is a blessing and a curse. Oh, but also a curse because so many dead, so many gone before their time, and all because of a noble squabble. You'd be surprised. Turns out Arrakis has quite a few buried secrets of its own. Of course, I know there's a good few nearby that are already popped open, but that's nothing compared to what's out there in the deep desert. Finn's got a secret map. You can ask him about it, if you dare. I thought we had a chance when that pretty young Atreides daughter was going to wed the Harkonnen boy. Of course, the Harkonnen boy was a perfect beast and beheaded a bunch of slaves in her name. Oh, yeah. I heard it live on the Communinet. It was a disaster. As if any poor girl would like a gift of severed heads. Imagine, had he just bought the girl a fire opal, we might have avoided years of war. I know. And it's a shame. Born into a devil's choice if there ever was one. Die in the mines digging blue obsidian, or on some hell world in a war for some nobles neither you nor anyone you know has ever met. I thought we had a chance when that pretty... Of course. Oh, yeah. As if any... Imagine. Excellent.
Welcome to O'Gary's. If you need it, we got it. If we can't get it, it can't be got. Not a boast if it's true. Then it's just me sharing pertinent information. Idiot. That's why we're here, friend. You know they make a Communinet program about the O'Gary family and our weekly adventures. All high art is subsidized through commerce. What do you know about high art? Get out of here. Hello again. My family's been in opportunistic acquisitions for 5 generations now, going all the way back to, you know how it is. Hegel's an ancient core world. Too many mice chasing the same crumb of cheese. By comparison, Arrakis is a land of milk and honey. Yeah, Tidgy and I are from a different generation. Hegel wasn't working out, but did we sit around pissing and moaning about it? No, sir. We pulled ourselves up by our bootstraps and lit out for greener pastures. Let's just say the skills required for expert battlefield salvage are somewhat transferable to other pursuits. Now, that depends on your definition of shady. We never took anything from anyone who hadn't been dead for at least a century. We prefer to say we were in the business of opportunistic acquisitions. Right. War zones. Find the hottest sectors and learn the lay of the land. Monitor. The locals will let you know where to look way before you stumble onto it yourself. It's like asking a fisherman for directions to his secret spot. He'll never tell you, and you shouldn't believe him if he did. Well, few have tried. My youngest, Sally, and her brother Coda make sure it doesn't happen twice. That's where the salvage is. But at this point, it's more like they take me. We got Sally and Coda on perimeter. That Sally has a nose for finding fresh wrecks. I'd swear she shoots them down herself. Coda will gut you if you look at him wrong, so it's best not to look at him. Then you got Bree, Phaedra, and Finn Jr. handling general salvage. Junior's a laser ace on the cut array, but Phaedra will give the Kirov a run for their money at stripping wrecks. She takes after her mother in that way. Then there's me and the old lady. I oversee the whole operation, and she flies us there.
Oh, hey there, friend. As always, the war is a blessing and a curse. A blessing because all the fighting provides my family with fodder to salvage. But also a curse because so many dead, so many gone before their time, and all because of a noble squabble. Excellent.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris? How much Solaris would you like to deposit?
Greetings. I trust I need no introduction. You may tell your chums that you have met a god, for you have been in the presence of Heldebor Desio. Heresy! Is it possible, however astoundingly improbable, that you have not heard the name of the legendary Heldebor Desio? Acclaimed leggero tenor, beloved raconteur, a name both whispered in hushed reverence and shouted in exalted joy as the crowd begs for another encore. Come now, I am the poet laureate of the known universe. The mind reels. But rather than tarnish this moment with my ego's righteous wrath, let us instead celebrate an end to your ignorance. You may tell... Acclaimed legend... A name both... Come now, I am the Pope. A person can be more than one thing. I myself am a multitude. Listen now to the words of Heldebor Desio. We are the musician kings and queens. Our voices cause even the mute vacuum of space to quake. From our beauteous homeworld of Chusuk, we cultivate an oasis for the arts, culture, and learning. Our history is relatively short, yet grand. Our founder, Francesco Verota, raised us from humble instrument makers to a minor house under Padishah Emperor Almarak III. We arrested the Siridar earldom of Chusuk from House Mandervold in the 9th millennium. We seized the day. We charmed destiny itself. Your conclusion is as accurate as it is understated. You simply must experience our history in long-form poetry. Prose does not suffice. Listen now to the words of... We arrested the Mistake us not for erudite peacocks. We enjoy a history of glorious military and economic accomplishment. We simply have the skill to sing it.
Keep your distance. We can converse at arm's length. What do you want? You again? What now? In this terminally dull exchange? Or here at the Treasury? I suppose the answer is not that it's any of your business, but it is a matter of I am the 5th son of Graf Heino Flaxen. Doubtless you've heard of us. But while it's especially if you are still expected to find a way to serve your family, and regrettably by then a fate worse, but at least I'm not to go. It's no secret that our esteemed Imperial prestige. There is no bitter. No, Cyprian and beside. I am the Imperial. As such, it is my sworn duty to receive count and there are times for me. This conversation, the simple answer, and then it's only a matter of time. Beside. I am the Imperial. As such, it is my sworn duty to receive, count, and convey His Imperial Highness's right, and there are for me this the simple, and then it's only a matter of in this turn. Not that it, but it. I am the doubtless, but while especially you are still and by then a fate work, but at least I'm not. Nothing is wrong with them, you cretin. But when it comes to serving your family, it is much worse to be a daughter. The lucky ones are married off or shipped off to the mother house on Wallach. Otherwise, it's the Imperial Knitting League or in this terminal. Not that it, but it is. I am the doubtless, but while especially you are and by then a fate. But at least I'm not to go. Nothing, but I've been ordered around by my older. That's long enough.
Yes. It.
Apologies, but I am only authorized to deal with officials of House Atreides, or those who have received special privileges.
You strike me as someone with something to offer the great House Wallach. I have a sense for these things. Our motto is God, Imperium, House. We enjoy a rich history as renowned conquerors. House Wallach attained its name and titles 5 millennia ago. The house's founder was a former Bursik general of the Imperial Sardaukar. To this day, scions of Wallach are sent to be trained by the Sardaukar. House Wallach was once preoccupied with the glory of battle, but has mellowed in recent history, taking a more nuanced approach. There is no better place to perch and sample the intrigues of this contentious planet. My name is Vera Vogel. I proudly serve the needs of the Landsraad envoys of House Wallach here on Arrakis. I'd ask, not as such, but you have a good eye. I received some training from a Bene Gesserit. House Wallach enjoys a close relationship with the Sisterhood. Many find our association with the Bene Gesserit to be mysterious, and far be it from me to spoil such mystique. My name is Vera Vogel. I proudly serve the needs of the Landsraad envoys of House Wallach here on Arrakis. I'd ask you to tell me about yourself, but I'm already learning a great deal about you as we speak. Enough to know you offer a rare sort of danger or benefit. I would like to explore the latter. Marvelous. My name is Vera Vogel. I'd ask you to tell me enough to know you. You're quite touchy about others probing into your identity and past, but I sense you have a very good reason to be so. I suspect you have some. My name is Vera Vogel. I'd ask you to tell me enough to know. You're quite touchy about. I suspect you have some business. My name is Vera. I'd ask you to tell me enough to know you offer a rare sort of danger. You're quite touchy about others probing into your identity and past, but I sense you have a very good reason to be so. I suspect you have some business with. My name is Vera. I'd ask you to tell me about your. Enough to know you offer a rare sort of danger. Marvelous.
You were expected. Don't look so shocked. As the Duke's master of assassins, I must know the movement of every grain of sand in Arrakeen. You are free to roam the city as you please. Cause no trouble, and you'll never have to acquaint yourself with the more disturbing aspects of my title.
Yeah, what's your pleasure? You looking to stab, perforate, or vaporize? Tactical or fanatical, we have the tools to suit your every murder need, my friend. The Padishah Emperor is his proper address, I'll thank you. Or His Imperial Excellency, in the improbable event he was to grace you with his presence somehow. But in answer to your question, the portrait of the Emperor is both an icon and a metaphor. It reminds us that while the Emperor cannot be in all places beneath his gazer is. And why not? The enemies of the Imperium are legion. They gather in the shadows to plot the downfall of all that is right and good. Only the Emperor and his god-benighted Sardaukar Legion stand in opposition. The Fremen savage dared to challenge the might of the Imperium, and look what happened to them. Are you looking for a general combat blade or something smaller that fits between the shoulder blades? A knife, huh? Can't ever go wrong with the Cho mouth of Pattendurk, aka the Slig Sticker. The boot knife of choice for both Atreides and Harkonnen officers. Your hand will break before the blade does. Are you looking for a general combat blade or looking for a sword then? I know hand-forged artisanal blades are all the rage these days. I've seen those duraluminum tantos coming back from Kaitane, but are you going to trust a fancy blade like that in a knockdown drag-out? When I'm betting my life on the result of a sword fight, I'm making damn sure the cutlery I'm hefting is battle-tested. And for my money, there is no better standard combat blade than the Chone Regency pattern side sword. You looking to kill something up close? You're looking for a long gun then. Don't worry, got you covered. Of course it depends on the distance you want to keep. If you're dealing with a basic room clearing situation with multiple targets, the GRDA 44, that's gonna be your best friend. It's a high spread scattergun that will turn a room of soft targets into a sticky pink mist. With the 44, you're guaranteed to be the last heart beating in the room. But if we're talking run and gunning in the Badlands, you're going to want to maximise range and firepower. For that, Chome has us covered once again with the Raptor 4 main battle rifle. Everyone knows the Raptor 3 as the long gun that put down the Akazi revolt, but Chome engineers have redesigned the platform from stock to muzzle. And now, the Raptor 4 is the absolute pinnacle of accuracy, durability, and kill power. But don't take my word for it. Ask the Fremen. Oh wait, you can't, because they're all dead. But if they weren't, they tell you the Raptor 4 was battle-tested right here on Arrakis. So, if it's good enough for the Sardaukar, it's sure as hell good enough for you. You looking to kill... for up close, the gold standard is, and probably always will be, the Chome Defender. You can't go wrong there. More worlds have been tamed by that piece than any other. But if you're after stopping power and don't mind the extra heft, you'll want to consider the Yakov 111. They call it the gun that settled Arrakis. When Dmitri Harkonnen was granted the fief in 10111, he commissioned a durable, heavy load sidearm to give his men an advantage they could rely on. The Yakov's been dropping Fremen and outlaw scum ever since. You looking to kill something up close or from afar? You're looking for a lot. Of course, it depends. If you're dealing with a basic, it's a high spread scattergun. With the 44, you're going. But if we're talking for that, Chome has us covered once again. With everyone knows. And now the Raptor 4 is the. But don't take my word for it. Ask the Fremen. Oh wait, you can't because they're all dead. But if they weren't, they tell you the Raptor 4 was battle tested right here on Arrakis. So, if it's good enough for the Sardaukar, it's sure as hell good enough for you. How's it? You're back for more, eh?
FM.
I'm afraid you do not have the favor of the Landsrad by decree.
Sands of Arrakis. Tonight, we focus on the pulse of
My apologies, but I am authorized to trade only with those favored by the Landsred decree.
deepest Fremen sietches. Power is shifting like the dunes.
I only trade with those who have the favor of the Landsrad by decree.
Fragile or firm. The Atreides banner flies high over Arrakeen, but whispers in the streets suggest that the sands beneath Dune Leto's feet.
Sook! My friend, you buy some water. Look, my friend, do you want to buy water or not? I have many important places to be. I don't know this science, you freak. It comes from the ice at the polar cap. What do you need to know? It's wet, you drink it, it keeps you alive. Where does your water come from? It comes from the water shippers. You know who they are? It's none of your business who they are. Now beat it before I really lose my temper. You buy water, yes? Who are the water shippers? Who the hell are you? Asking about the water shippers. If you have business with the water shippers, you will know who they are. And if you don't, then I'd forget I ever heard the name. Lest the water shippers start asking, who are you? You buy water, yes? Who am I? Who are you? Do you work for the sheriff or something? Why are you asking questions? If you a title, an honorific, it means I am a brother in good standing. Now are you going to buy something? Or are you wasting my time? You buy water, yes? Who am I? Who are you? Do you work for the sheriff or something? Why are you asking questions? If you must know, I am a water seller. Daimo Sharawi, master and gold dipper, first class. A title, an honorific. It means I am a brother in good standing with the United Water Sellers Guild. Now are you going to buy something? Or are you wasting my time? You buy water, yes? Are you kidding me? Am I wearing a red hat? Do I look like an imperial translator to you? It means water in the old words. Exactly whose old words I cannot say. Now buy something or piss off.
You're not from around here. But then again, who among us really is? We all come to Arrakis for the same reason, no? Spice. Have you come for the spice? Warm weather, friendly locals, and beautiful desert vistas. After 30+ years running ornithopter support for deep desert harvesters, I know a thing or two. It was time for a change, I suppose. Did a little horse trading and got myself an ornithopter. Now I run Dune Riders, a charter service offering ornithopter excursions to the deep deserts. I'm expensive, but I'm also the only charter service that guarantees worm sign. You pay the ticket, I'll show you the biggest you ever seen. I'll show you 14.5 million tons of mouth and teeth that'll swallow a 6-deck factory harvester like a sandstorm swallows a fart. My friend, we will gaze into the eye of the Leviathan and see if that bastard don't look back. What do you want to know? I like you, Off-Worlder. And I'll tell you anything and everything you want to know about spice hunting. On that subject, I've forgotten more than most will ever know. But indulge an old Dune man first, if you would. An air of mystery surrounds you, Off-Worlder. It clings to you like a shroud. And the old snoop in me can't help but wonder how it is that you came to Arrakis. Your outlaw friend was right. Your continued survival does indeed herald interesting times. Now, do you wish to know about spice hunting? Safety is an illusion. The only true way to protect your hide in the spice fields is to know without a doubt that you are never safe. Whether it's the worms, the storms, or the desert itself, death awaits around every turn. Now, do you wish to know about spice hunting? In the guild, we had mobile ground units dedicated to the job. They would range ahead of the factory harvester and extend probes to scrape deep sand samples. When they encountered a buried spice vein or pre-spice mass, they measured the find, mapped it, and called in the mothership. It's an organic mass that forms when small amounts of water mix with the excretions of baby sandworms. The combination is highly combustive and builds pressure until it reaches critical mass. And then, boom. The subterranean mass explodes with incredible force, sending geysers of spice hundreds of meters into the air. I'm retired now. Seemed like a good time to get out after Windsack. That's when everything got a little too political for my tastes. The Spice Miners Guild should be above politics. We serve the Imperium. Our only loyalty should be to the spice flow itself. But like everything else, this war has a way of dividing loyalties, making people take sides. I know someone's got to win in the end. I guess the guild is just a little divided over who that should be. The smugglers. Easy. You know the old saying, the spice must flow. Anytime there's even a slight hiccup in the spice flow, the Spacing Guild melts down. They'll do anything to guarantee their supply of melange. Sometimes that means going around Chum and finding an off-book vendor. That's where the smugglers come in. They love this war. Chaos is their oxygen. I'm retired now. Seemed like a good time. That's when everything got a... The Spice Miners Guild should be up. We serve the but like everything. I know someone's got to win in the end. I guess the guild is just a little divided over who that should be. That's very possible. If they get out of their own way. Neo-Carthag is an anchor around the Baron's neck. For all the Solaris and Mala the Harkonnens have thrown at that place, looks like it will never be finished. All they needed was a spaceport and some hardened facilities to operate out of. But the Baron had to build it bigger and better than old Carthag. A monument to his ego, like the ancient Egyptians of Old Terra. But like the ancient Egyptians, it will also serve as his tomb. I'm retired now. That's when everything... The Spice Miners Guild, we serve the but like everything... I know someone's got... Maybe. But everyone knows House Atreides is hemorrhaging Solaris, alongside their good reputation. Lady Jessica is off-world, orchestrating the sale of house assets to keep the war machine rolling. And the Duke hasn't been seen outside the residency in months. But Of the two sides, I do greatly prefer House Atreides. Although, I don't see a path to victory for the Duke.
Welcome. How may I assist you? You sell yourself short, friend. Why merely survive? Why settle for subsistence when you can positively thrive and master your environment? I'm glad you asked. Of course, the answer is very simple. The key to our engineers have created the most portable, adaptable, and malleable construction system in the known universe. Hello again. You sell. Why settle for subsistence? I'm glad you asked. Our engineers have created, to begin with, our proprietary holographic construction visualizer allows users to preview building sections at full scale and in real time. It means you can custom fit your building layout to suit any terrain configuration. It means you can build anywhere. That, in combination with our Procyon 2 series Frontier modules, provides our users with every requirement of contemporary wilderness living. Of course. Wait a moment. Is this a test? Is corporate checking up on me? Are you with the Committee on Interstellar Traffic and Trade? Or did Lady Neveldine put you up to this? It's the Committee on Interstellar Traffic and Trade, which you would know if you were on it, which you are not. So buy something of pound sand. I'm glad you. Our engineers have created. What's not to trust? The Imperium was built by Chum. Our designs have been refined over millennia and have facilitated the conquest, settlement, and exploitation of countless worlds. Of course. Are you with the... Or did Lady Neveldine put you up to the... Are you sure? I think you have to identify yourself if asked directly. I've heard tales of Division checking up on vendors, pretending to be punters. Everything is in order. You can check the books. Bring in the bloody Mentat auditors if you like. You sell yourself short. Why set? I'm glad you asked. Of course, the answer is very... Our engineer, to begin with, it means that in combination with our pros... Of course. Are you with... Or did Lady Neveldine put... Are you sure? I've heard everything. Bring in the bloody Mentat auditors if you like. You sell. Why settle for subsistence? I'm glad you asked. Our engineers have created... Our designs are informed by nearly 10 millennia of planetological data, drawn from both Imperial and Old Empire sources.
So travelers, no need to panic. Your starships are still on schedule, at least for now. Political winds stirring in Arrakeen.
To begin with, it means that, in combination with our Procyon 2 series Frontier modules, provides our users with every requirement of contemporary wilderness living.
What's your poison? Colour Sergeant Justice Clack, retired. At your service. Oh, indeed it is. Not every military formation has colour sergeants. The Harks don't, and neither do the Sardaukar. But in House Atreides, the Duke's colours are sacred. No banner bearing Atreides orc has touched the ground in more than 5 centuries. And it's the colour sergeant's inviolate duty to ensure it never does. Suit yourself. Colour Sergeant Justice Clack, retired. At your service. No worries. As long as you remember that gratitude when it comes time for the gratuity. While we're on the subject of gratitude, I want to make a donation to our Happy Lad Fund. Every Friday we draw a house trooper's name from a hat and make that trooper happy. It means for the evening his or her food and drinks are paid for. Wouldn't that make you happy? Mate, war comes with sacrifice. We're waging an ancient battle against a foe with nearly unlimited resources. Our beloved Duke may not claim the vulgar riches our enemy does, but he is rich in honour, integrity, and moral certitude. Yeah, it's those virtues that nourish our spirits, even if financial recompenses, delayed. We will get a house when the battle is won. We love our Duke. Love him. Like a father to us all. To a man we would die for. If we're asked to forego our wages to help the war effort, it's an easy sacrifice to make. History must know that righteousness won the day. Yeah? Oh, there are many of them. More than I care to acknowledge. Small minds and even smaller imaginations. They cannot comprehend a universe where goodness is the most valuable currency. But you don't have to if you're the happy lad. As many as I bloody well can. I've shot them, stabbed them, bludgeoned them, blown them up. I've killed so many, my belt fell apart from the notches. I'd kill them all if I could, and the universe would be a better place for it. No worries, as long as you... every Friday we draw a house trooper's name. It means for the... wouldn't that make you happy? Mate, all comes with sacrifice. Our beloved Duke may not claim the vault. It's those virtues that nourish our spirits, even if financial... we love our Duke. If we're up history, officially no. The Duke would never. That is why we, his true sons, forego our draw on a voluntary basis. Yeah, medically retired is what they call it. Turns out they like you to have legs in the house guard. And not as my mother made them. Those I lost at the Battle of Arrakeen. These are a gift from the Duke by way of Dr. Yue and his cybernetics team. When the Arks first came for us on that blackest of nights, they thought their treachery had won the day before the first drop of blood was even spilled. But we were waiting for them, dug in like a tick behind a slig's ear. I gotta give it to the Arks. When they saw their gambit failed and the house shields were up, well, they could have turned tail. Probably should have, but that ain't like the Arks. They doubled down instead. That first siege lasted 169 hours, 1 hour longer than a week. By the time that last hour came, my 6-man colour guard was down to me and 5 bodies. My Chome Regency pattern side sword in one hand and the Atreides colours in the other. I held my position, and the Atreides colours never touched the ground. Even after the detached house section of a dying ornithopter crushed me from above.
Who are you? My name is Zane DeWitt. The sharing of personal details is exceedingly noisy, exceedingly exhausting. I compute no benefit. Yes, a mentat of no inconsiderable skill. I served House Harkonnen. Now, I do not. I apply my skills in this underworld. That is more than you need to know. Yes, we had a falling out. No. That term is reductive, but yes, this conversation is concluded. I calculated you returning a half hour ago. Curious, very curious. Your deduction that I can offer this training is accurate. However, I compute your mind is not ready for such rigors. Mentats make mistakes, but not often. This conversation is terminated. I calculated you returning a half hour ago. Curious, very curious. Your deduction that I...
Hi, is there something you need?
Yes, may I help you? That's what they tell me, but I'm not sure anymore. The truth is, the Atreides are losing the war, and they know it. Morale is low. Of course they are. War is all about economics, and the Baron easily outpaces the Duke on that count. I hear Lady Jessica is on a grand tour of the few remaining Atreides assets and liquidating whenever possible. At the same time, the Harkonnen prepare to unveil Neo-Carthage, a monument to luxury and excess. Don't be ridiculous. I am only pointing out the obvious. One cannot win a war if one cannot pay his troops. If I took a drink from every starstruck walk-up, I could open my own bar. Actually, I like that idea. Symphasia's Place. Hopefully I would attract a better class of customers. I perform here, if that is what you're asking. I am currently in an exclusive engagement as the headliner here at the Seleucid Bull. Then I can wrestle the stage away from Gurney Halleck, that is. Were you born under a rock? My 2-year residency at the Crystal Terrace on Kytane is the stuff of legend. Symphasia Ray and the dulcet tones, come on! I am the #1 most requested singer on Atreides radio, and I'm told my Hello Boys hologram flickers above every bunk in the Duneman fleet.
Hello. May I help? I am the assistant manager of the Solution Bull. As such, I have many duties, but I mostly handle security operation and perform also as the wine steward. Not such a strange story. Boy grows up in a vineyard, boy got to fight in off-world wars, and finally boy follows his liege to a desert hell world. A tale as old as time, eh? See. I served the Duke in the liberation of Ix and the raid on Gidi Prime before my time in the Iraqis campaign. I'm afraid operational security prevent me from discussing any aspect of the War of Assassin. The War Master, Gunny Halleck, he lead us on a raid against the Baron's secret off-book spice hoard. That one hurt the Baron where it hurt the most. The bottom line. And we all know how extensive the Baron's bottom line is, eh? But the best part was that the Baron could not go crying to the Emperor because his spice hoard was illegal. I don't like to speak about Ix, but I will. For Enzo. My brother. We lose him at the retaking of the Grand Palais. There were two elements in our assault. Gurney Halleck, myself, and the Ixian prince in exile commandeer a suspenser barge and attack the Grand Palais from above. Meanwhile, Swordmaster Idaho, he lead the bulk of the Atreides forces in the main assault on the Palais front gates. Young Enzo was his official messenger boy, and wore the proper tabard to identify him as such, eh? The messengers are unarmed. The messenger tabard is meant to identify and protect its wearer from interference on the battlefield, huh? The forms of Canley are clear on this. But the forms were not obeyed that day. Standing in their way was Commander Kando Garon and an understrength company of Imperial Sardaukar. The Bene Tlilax who were in disarray. Their authority collapsed entirely as the native Ixians began to rise up. The Sardaukar were outnumbered and had no reason to stay in the fight. Whatever intrigue the Emperor was involved with on Ix had surely been disrupted, if not foiled utterly. But the Sardaukar do not surrender. Nor do they, it turns out, honor the forms of Canley when they are losing. By all account, Enzo was caught by a dying Sardaukar and had his head dashed apart against the ground. I got the taste for killing Sardaukar that day. An appetite I will never satisfy. I do. Of course I do. Marlito Atreides does not seek his vassals' love, only their loyalty and respect. And that might be why he is so loved. He cares more about doing the right thing than pleasing anyone. The Emperor included. Hello. May I help? It is always a pleasure to meet a fellow Caradanian, so far away from our Telasical world. From the ancient Greek, Telassa. I mean of the sea, which we both are. But you are correct. I am from the highland steppes of the southern continent, just beyond the Atreides landing. Hello? Hello? It is all from... But you are correct. None are far from here. As long as you know your place and keep to it, then it is not up here, friend. The lower level is for you.
Welcome to the Matador Room. I am your host, Master Chim. The Arakeen jurisdiction ends at the top of the stairs. Beyond that line, there is only one rule. Mine. Behave and have a good time. Misbehave. Now, welcome back. Welcome back. It is tradition for the male heirs of House Atreides to train and master the Corrida de Toros, an ancient sport known as bullfighting. A violent contest between men known as matadors and 600 kilos of raging bull. The old Duke, Paulus Atreides, was the last to pursue the sport, and he was a master. Regrettably, Duke Paulus lost his life in the bull ring. Doubtless the only way he'd want to go, but still, the young Duke lost his taste for the sport. This establishment is a shrine to his memory. Welcome back. Ugo Ferenzi, our resident... Welcome back. Ugo Ferenzi, our resident doorman and wine steward. Many have tested that theory, and every time they do, I add to a small chest that I keep below the counter. Teeth. Oh, that's not the scary part. The first 100 teeth in the box are Sardaukar. Welcome back. It means the Matador Room is my sovereign ground. I hold sway here. Even the Duke respects that arrangement. It was a condition of my employment. Welcome back. It means the Matador Room. I hold sway here. Even the Duke respects that arrangement. Welcome back. It means the Matador Room. I hold sway here. Even the Duke respects that arrangement. It was a condition of my employment. Welcome back.
A good evening to you. It is eve. Oh yes, well, while I do steer the wheel of many massive business ventures, my true skill and calling is in carousing.
Why is this person speaking with us? Portafoy, would you remove them from my sight? Wait, it appears that now that I am Imperial Planetologist, it is unseemly to harm the paws, even just for fun. Very well, what do you want? What a delightful topic of conversation. Perhaps you are worthy of dallying in my presence, at least for a little longer. I am Cyprian Io, Imperial Planetologist. Very well, what do you want? What a delightful topic of conversation. Perhaps you are worthy of dallying in my presence, at least for a little longer. I am Cyprian Io, Imperial Planetologist, as appointed by our Padishah Very well, what do you want? What a delightful topic of conversation. Perhaps you are worthy of dallying in my presence. Very well, what do you want? What a delightful topic of conversation. Perhaps you are worthy of dallying in my presence, at least for a little longer. I am Cyprian Io, Imperial Planetologist, as appointed by our Padishah Emperor. I have, after years of hardship, risen to my rightful station. Yes, I am quite the prodigy. I joined the academy on Kaitane after my father made it clear that he would tolerate my ways no longer. At the academy, I found the study of planetology rather simple. I barely studied, and yet I passed every exam, sometimes without even showing up. And my brilliance as a scholar was rewarded with this posting. Imperial Planetologist of Arrakis. My orders signed by the Emperor himself. My credentials? My birthright is the only credential I need, Paul. I am grandnephew to the Padishah Emperor Shaddam Corrino IV. I could have Portafoy kill you right here in the open, and nothing would be done about it. Well, that's not completely true. Someone would have to clean you up. No, I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth. Did Fenric put you up to this? Damn it, he knows I claim no authority here. Very well, what do you want? Usually I wake up, have some tea, and stand by as Portafoy ejects whatever riffraff I dragged into bed from the night before. Bless you for that, Portafoy. Of course, that's what you meant. But neither my sexual proclivities nor my professional requirements are any of your business. Why are you harassing me? Portafoy, prepare for action. Very well, what do you want? Oh, that's a story. He was my kidnapper. He and his gang of Opician thugs stalked and took me from my room at the academy. I was but a tadpole at 8 years old. I simply identified Portafoy as the dominant of his species and negotiated with him to betray the rest of his motley crew and take me home. He's been with me ever since. Oh, nothing dramatic. He might have broken an arm or a collarbone. Perhaps a few errant teeth might have been deposited in the gutter. Yeah. Just a bit of light sport, you know.
Hello?
Are you the server? I would like to change my order. Would you be a dear and see if you could change my beverage order from spiced coffee to tea?
Are you from the planetologist office? I'm getting rather annoyed. Wait, I can't hear you at all. Allow me to engage my enhanced hearing. Only thing the bloody Tlilaxu are good for. There. Now, tell me again. Are you from the planetologist office? My grandson Cyprian is the Imperial planetologist here. Certainly he is knowledgeable. Young Cyprian was courted by all the best institutions. I don't know anything about that. Certainly our financial endowments were sizable enough to ensure all the best degrees. You miss the point, dear. Whatever you are. If you have the means to buy an education, then you don't actually need one. Look at my grandson Cyprian Io. He is the Imperial planetologist here and has no expertise beyond his ability to fill the uniform. How so? It seems perfectly right to me. Cyprian was bred from birth to lead. Why should he be hampered by trivialities such as a lack of expertise? He is the Imperial planetologist here on Arrakis. Are you from his office? I must know if he has made time for his correspondence. His love letters, you fool. We've been over this before. How else is he supposed to woo the Atreides girl? The boy can barely write his name. As discussed previously, we three have authored the letters, and it is up to Cyprian to personalize and sign them. A small task, even for him. The Atreides girl will not be able to resist. Yes, yes. Has he signed them? Are you from the planetologist? Wait, I can't hear you at all. Allow me to... Only think the bloody... There, my grandson Cyprian. Who are you? Are you from the planetologist office? My grandson Well, you should bloody well know him if you are from the Imperial planetologist office. Then why are we speaking? Are you from the planetologist office? I'm getting rather...
What? I see no cup in your hand, so why are you in my presence? Are you dumb as well as deaf? Go find my tea before you taste the back of my hand. How dare you ask me a question? The audacity! On my world, you would have your tongue clipped for such insolence. Avert your gaze. Has no one trained you to behave in the company of your betters? Be gone from sight. You dare bother me again? All you pores look the same. Do you expect me to tell you apart? I don't even know why they bother to give your kind names. You don't name a broom or a shovel, do you? Now piss off.
Oh, you're back. Oh, please hold. Allow me to adjust the ocular acuity of my eye implants. My husband is always complaining. Turn your eyes up. I like to keep them turned down in public. Too much visual hurly-burly gives me vapors. There. Yes. Are you the server? I'm sorry, but why are we speaking if you are not the server? It is improper. It just isn't done. Propriety must be maintained, or there is chaos. Morwina here would have you flogged. Of course, that's not necessary, is it? Why, yes. I'm glad we understand each other. I wasn't sure you would appreciate the subtext. Many pores cannot, you know. Understand, dear. We of the nobility are not your enemy. We are superior, it is true. But that advantage allows us to care for you of the lower orders in ways you cannot hope to comprehend. Do you understand? Think of the underclasses as if they were a dog. You warn a dog against drinking foul water. But if it is thirsty, it will drink, and it will die. We of the nobility have the understanding, resources, and divinely granted imperative to build a fence around the foul water, thereby protecting the dogs from themselves. Now, do you understand? Rude as well as impertinent. Oh, you're back. Oh, please hold my husband. I like to... There. Yes, I'm sorry, but it is improper. It just propriet. Morwina here would have you flogged. Why, yes. Understand, but that do you understand? Think of the... but if it is we of thereby... Now, perhaps that was a bit indelicate, but the point stands. The underclasses must be protected from them. Do you understand? There. Was that so difficult? Life would be so much easier if we all accepted our place in the order. Now that you have braved my wrath for your impertinence, I grant you a single question for your trouble. What do you wish to know? I try not to be frank. My brother, the Count Ilban Rashis, was greatly interested in them on an anthropological level. Ultimately, he supported their integration into the Imperium, but alas, perhaps the wilder things out there cannot be tamed. It seems their demise was an unfortunate but inevitable fact. That is a second question, but it pleases me to answer. Yes, I have known many and have even dined among the Ikhwan Bedouin. My husband counts himself amongst their number. You may have seen him. He is the High Sheriff of Arakin. Oh, you're back. Oh, please, my husband is always complaining. I like to... There. Yes, I'm sorry, but it is improper. It just propriety. Morwina here would have you Why, yes. But that advantage do you understand? Think of the but if it is we are thereby now. Do you understand? How else do you explain it? Why were we three selected to live within the lofty Empyrean heights of the nobility? Balderdash. Perhaps that is what you and the underclasses mutter to yourselves as you gaze up at us with covetous eyes. But the divine nature of our appointment cannot be denied. How else can you explain why those with inherent skills to lead are chosen to do so? Spoken with the bitter contempt of one who lost that particular lottery. Away with you. Oh, you're back. Oh, please, my husband. I like to keep there. Yes. Are you? I'm sorry, but it just propriet. Morwina here would have you flogged. Understand, dear. We of the nobility are not your enemy. We are, but that advantage allows us to care for you of the lower orders and do you understand? There. Was that so difficult? Now that you have braved my wrath for your what do you wish to know? My perspective is that it has gone on for far too long. Young Aristair Atreides had the chance to end the war, but of course, that Fade Rautha behaved like the perfect beast he is and scuppered any chance for the Union. Now, young Aristair would be much better suited to Orlis's grandson Cyprian. He is the Imperial planetologist here, you know. Oh, You're back. Oh, please, my husband is all I like to... There. Yes. Are you the sir? I'm sorry, but why are we It is improper. It just proprietary. Morwena here would have you flogged. Of course, that's not... Understand. But that... Do you understand? There. Now that you have... What do you wish to know? If you must. I forgot how much I like talking about myself. What do I think of them? Of course, my family has been closely aligned. My niece, Helena, was the wife of the old Duke, Paulus Atreides, and is in fact the mother of our beloved and current Duke, Leto. Well, the Atreides made their loyalties known when they supported the Ixians in their financial onslaught against House Rashis. There was a time when House Rashis were the masters of technology in the Imperium. It was House Rashis with the exclusive rights to build the mighty Highliners. That was until Earl Dominic Vernius of Ix secretly undercut our deal with the Spacing Guild and stole our contract. My brother Ilbar never quite recovered. They could have warned us. They should have warned us. We are family. You'd have to ask the Duke. His father and Earl Dominic were thick as thieves after the war on Ikaz. Perhaps the bonds forged in war surpass those of blood. I know not. But I grow weary now. Away with you.
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. Where do you want to go? Well, the Harkonnens... Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my... Well, the Harkonnens love their docking fees, so that's gonna cost a little extra. Alright, suit yourself.
Welcome. Would you like... How much Thalaris would you like to withdraw?
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my... Well, the Harkonnens... Oh, alright.
No credentials? Then beat it! I don't have time to waste on you.
I see you. I see you. Just a moment. I mean no offense by my delay. My limbs do not... You will be wanting a dram of my water. Is that right? I trace my blood through theirs, yes. But we here have grown far from our brothers and sisters out in the far reaches of the desert. I know nothing of their world. I'm certain I myself have never even seen the inside of a sitch. I know nothing. I'm certain I've seen you. I myself... I know nothing of their world, but understand, a location is of no use to you. You will find nothing if they do not wish to be... I'm certain I myself... I know fortunate for someone like you. Meeting them would be only the begin. This is their world, their home. Out, friend, bring nothing but misery. To the Fremen, you may serve only as water for the tribe. Oh, I have lived here all my life. Even so, I don't think I can tell you very much. My father knew so much of this place, a story for every moment. He was a fine man. I'm certain I've seen you before. My father knew so much of this. It's been a hardcore village since before I'm certain I've seen... I have lived here all... My father knew so much... It's been a hardcore village. I'm certain I've... It's been a hardcore... I'm certain... I have lived here all my life. Even so, I don't think I can tell you very much. My father knew so much of this place, a story for every moment. He was a fine man. It's been a hardcore village since before I was born. I'm certain I've... My father knew so... It's been a hardcore village since before I was born. But my father told me that not much before my time. It was called Gerona. Before their name is lost to my memory, but many riches they had. My father spoke of them many times. I remember because he wished the Harkonnen never came. Father said life before the Harkonnen was hard, but not cruel. The Harkonnen changed everything. But it's all I've ever known. Oh, so many, many things. Old stories of our people, songs he taught me. But there was one thing I still remember, because it always set my mind to dreaming. I'll say, but only if you never tell another. I will trust you. He said that Harko hides a great secret. I know every old place has secrets, but this was different. If you find it, you'll tell me, won't you?
I'm going to stop you right there and say straight off that for any repair, construction, or renovation job, I'm booked solid through the next 8 months. So don't even ask. Best I can do is maybe let you have a few supplies, what little I can get my hands on, that is. War's great for repair work, but the supply chain's as gone as the Fremen.
Yes, I see you. State your business. That remains to be seen. What I can do is provide access to certain... If you have already got all that, I can set you up with what you need to start refining those resources. Grigori Harkonnen is the village lord. Has been for nearly 2 centuries. But since the destruction of Karthik, Glosuraban often appears. Much to Grigori's displeasure, it is said. One can easily imagine a fair number of reasons. Glosuraban is not a subtle man. His presence is to the displeasure of just about everyone he meets. Whatever do you mean? I merely said it would be a pleasure to assist you. Now, let us get on with it before you're accidentally struck with a welding laser. This can be a dangerous area. That depends on what you are looking for, friend. Whether I tell you or not depends on how generous I'm feeling at that moment. Now? I think you'd better try again another time. I'm feeling unappreciated. I will tell you this much. There is plenty of salvage in the area. It is more useful than the name implies, and a resource that is near to my heart. I am always interested in articles of that type. Come see me anytime, and I will give you a price above all others. That wasn't much Solari. You're back. That remains to be... If you have already got all that, I can set you up with what you need to start refining those resources. That depends on what you are looking for, friend. Whether I tell you or not depends on how generous I'm... Now? I think...
Can't get enough of me, can you?
Hello. If you're planning to head out to collect spice, is it not the reason we are all here? With spice, everything is possible. Avoid? Everywhere is as good as any to get yourself murdered on Arrakis. But you might want to avoid anything promising something worse than death. No, friend, that is not all. But I don't have all day to go through the list, do I? I will tell you this. Don't listen to a word from Asmara Effendi or any of her smuggler comrades. At least the scavengers know they are scavengers. Smugglers are hardly any different. But that is not how they see it. According to them, any trade not claimed by a house is theirs. Like they are the only legitimate thieves in this world. Little emperors they are. But never mind, that is a small matter. And you? Of course. Though I can see why you might think otherwise. I don't look like those other sand eaters, right? Too young, too clean. Yes, I will admit I'm spending less time on the dunes these days. To be honest, I've done well for myself, and prospecting's more of a sideline now. Eager to get out there, are we? I know very well how you feel. The riches you've dreamt of seem within reach, don't they? Well, you still have some distance to cover. When you first start out, you will be able to do little more than grab it with your hands, but you won't get much that way. It tends to slip through the fingers. It's best to get a static compactor. Well, down the road, when you're ready, we can talk about getting your hands on a crawler. That is all there is to it. Where there are worms, there is spice. Plenty right here. But the deep desert, out beyond the shield wall, is where the real fortunes lie. For the time being, I would leave that to the adults. You had best cut your teeth within reach of Harco. Just watch for those purple spice blows, and get in quick.
Trust only the messages approved by House Harco. Security. In the shifting sands of uncertainty, House Harkonnen stands firm as the bedrock of stability.
Welcome to Hanovars. Follow 3 simple rules and you'll have a good time. Rule number 1. We maintain a segregated lounge. You must stay within your own designated cast area. The Na Familia will not abide a low-born interloper, and I don't want to hear the bitching. This rule is for your own protection. They sit around waiting for any excuse to invoke Canley and kill you where you stand. Rule number 2. All drinks cost what they cost. You pay up front, no haggling, and no discounts for any Harkonnens. Don't even ask. Rule number 3, stay out of the back room. It's off limits. I'm Anushka Hanovar. This is my place. Because you've never been to my homeworld. Every millimeter of stonecrete, every glass portal, and every shape beam in here is meant to invoke a unique construction detail found only on the ice planet Lenkivale. In truth, we are shamelessly borrowing from the renowned design mentat Hansia Einwald, but I like to think he would be flattered if he wasn't dead. The nautical theme and ornamentation celebrates our homeworld's most famous export, the magnificent and priceless furs of the great Beyondax Vale, the bones of which hang suspended above the beer hall as our dramatic centerpiece. This particular specimen was an especially infamous and fearsome beast known as Krasinok. Me? That's a good laugh. No, that would be my father, Ilyich. He was a whaleboat captain in his younger days. In fact, father was granted this place as a boon for catching the beast. Krasinok sent more than 30 boats to the bottom before father finally took it. 11 men and 4 lanes were lost in the 8-day running battle with the beast. Narrow harpoons bristling from its ivory hide like a hedgehog. A hide that now hangs behind the Baron's rather ample habitus as a fancy dress cape. At its heart, a village like any other. At least it was before they came. Grigori Harkonnen was an unusually agreeable village lord, especially for a Harkonnen. But then Carthag was destroyed, and all those great house bastards took up here in Harco.
Glossu the Beast Raban and his snake of a mentat. A name I shall not utter lest his evil gaze turns upon me. Have to hand it to Gregory, though. He played it exactly right and stood aside before the beast could push him from the spire. I speak the truth, that is all. The beast can eat Yazla. Our loyalties were to Count Abelard Raban, not his demon son. The Count used to sail with Father on whaling expeditions. It was Abelard who presented us with his beer hall in gratitude for ending Krasinok's reign of terror. But I think Father looks at the boon as more of a retirement gift from an old friend for a life of loyal service. It said Glossu strangled his father to death with his bare hands. I pray it's not true, but it said that's how the beast got his name. Wise? No. But wisdom is in shorter supply than water on Arrakis. I say what I think, and there's nothing they can do about it. I know where the bodies are buried. I know their big secret. A hidden truth about this town that would bury them all if it ever found the right ears. And they know I have contingencies in place, should anything happen to me or Father. It's a stalemate. I mess with them and they can't do anything about it. But they know I'm stuck here. Father is too old to go anywhere else, and I won't leave him. So they've got me where they want me. Until he's gone. But that's another conversation. The same thing that happens to any poor savages that don't submit to the Imperial yoke. My world had its own primitives that suffered the same fate. The ones who adapt survive. The Fremen had no chance against the Sardaukar.
What can I do for you? You are right. This is a Harkonnen place. If I were still with my unit, I would not survive long here. Now the Harkonnen regard me with hateful indifference. A status I have won by no easy means. That, my friend, is for another time. Try to stay alive until then, if you are able. There remain some local town Fremen. You could ask one of them. Of course, they will tell you nothing. Yes, no. What that lot believes is as hard to grasp as the water they rob. They claim to be Fremen, but also despise the Fremen. Perhaps you can untangle their minds. But be mindful, their leader Nala may not be Saidina, but it's certain that she is powerful. She has a strong hold on her believers.
A kitten wanders in from the dark, lost and afraid. Can I help you, kitten? Kitten, if you needed to know that, you'd know. Why don't you come back and talk to me when you have something to talk to me about? Oh, look, the kitten. Kitten, if you need...
Look alive, sailor. The storm is almost upon us, and I swore to milady on bent knee that I would return our beloved Count in one piece. But red sky in morning, then strike the sails. There's a blow coming, and the beast won't stop its frenzied pace. We've pierced it again and again, but it will not stop. Perhaps the storm will slow it. Harko village, oh, it's a hellhole, but it's not the village. What lies below? Only the lost souls of 1,000 drowned sailors.
Welcome, stranger. What business have you with House Alexan? If you haven't heard of House Alexan, you will soon. Our influence grows rapidly into hearts, minds, and, most of all, stomachs. We're traditional farmers and producers. We feed half the Imperium at any given time and make sure that nobody from Mala to Noble goes hungry. Thank you. House Alexan stands by our house words. Reap as... Oh, but you're wrong. Arrakis has the greatest crop of all, melange. A part of my mission here is to study the methods of harvesting and find options. Alas, I have said too much on this topic. Please, let's speak of other things. I'm not really the person to ask. You need to have signed a contract of allegiance to a major house. The name is Graham Candace, diplomatic envoy for House Alex. Truth be told, I'm just a glorified farmer. More at ease with gourd seeds than politics. But they needed to send someone, and, well, here I... Why am I here, you ask? Well, that's an easy one. One only has to gaze at the Neo-Carthag project is our... What business do you have with how... The name is Graham Can... Truth be told, I'm just a glorified... Why am I here, you ask? The Neo-Carthag project is our single largest client on Arrakis. The Mala contingent alone consumes more food than 2 cities the size of Arrakeen. Among other duties, such as meeting with people like you. If you haven't heard of House... We're traditional farmers and producers. Thank you. House Alexan stands by our house words. Reap as you sow. We have no tradition... Oh, but you're wrong.
Welcome, fellow citizen. How is it there isn't much to tell? One provincial backwater is much the same as the next. Although, I'll admit, some are less desolate than others. While Harko has the makings of something more, I'm afraid that potential will never be realized under the current administration. While I'm certain that Count Raban has the village's best interests at heart, I'm afraid he is all consumed with the Neo-Carthag construction project. And unfortunately, Neo-Carthag is both over time and over budget, which leaves the Count with little bandwidth for village matters. And Harko suffers as a result. Why Count Raban doesn't simply restore the village's previous and rightful lord to the position is beyond me. It's Count Raban's own cousin, Grigori Harkonnen, a most agreeable and competent village headman, if there ever was. Grigori was the custodian of Harko long before the Beast and his retinue arrived, and will be so again when Neo-Carthag is finally complete. Not even the Baron himself can predict that. No, the project has been plagued in every way possible. From sabotage to sandstorm damage to the theft of key construction materials, which are then offered back to Count Raban at an exorbitant markup. Thus far, Neo-Carthag has been an unmitigated disaster. Believe me, I've seen the books. I am the duly appointed agent of the Imperial Tax Administratum, a small but critical cog in the mighty economic engine that drives our glorious Imperium ever forward. An engine, I may add, that requires a nearly incalculable and inexhaustible source of fuel to continue forward. And what do you think that fuel is? Of course, it's money. Indeed, your Solari contributions, whether they be from property tithes, regional taxes, or the like, keep our great engine lurching ever forward. And it is my sacred duty to collect them. They are remitted to the Imperial Treasury to be dispersed as our great Padishah Emperor and his Mentat auditors see fit. I'm sure there's a war somewhere that needs paying for. I'm afraid that's a matter you would have to take up with the Imperial Bailiff Authority. In most cases, you would simply be given additional time to pay, at the end of which you would pay, or be remanded to a local debtor's prison until your outstanding balance was settled. Unfortunately, that second outcome mostly equates to the death penalty, or so I'm told. Apparently, the pox is rife within the dungeons, and one is not expected to survive very long. So pay those taxes.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris? How may I assist you? While it is true that peons cannot hold currency on certain Elder Core worlds, I can assure you they are well provided for by their lords. However, indirect answer to your question, there is no active Imperial edict forbidding peons from holding currency in any form or denomination. The Solari is the physical medium of exchange in the Imperium. It is circulated in myriad paper and coin denominations, or micro-Solaris as they are known in the Regency worlds. The Imperial economy relies on the Solari to facilitate transactions and fuel financial growth. The Solari's purchasing power is re-established every 4 centuries at a conclave known as the Imperial Diet. There, negotiations commence between the Emperor and the highest representatives of the Guild and Landsraad. The location and host of the Imperial Diet alternates between the 3 factions. The next is set to occur at Junction, the Guild homeworld, in 277 years. The simple answer is Interstellar Bank. As part of the Spacing Guild, the Guild Bank is able to utilize the Transport Guild's unmatched projection across the known universe. With this synergy, our Guild pursers are able to move any quantity of funds across any quantity of worlds. The power of interstellar commerce. The Solari the Imperial economy relies. Many core worlds have their own local currency or scrip, often circulated and controlled by the ruling House Major. However, the Solari drives interstellar banking and is accepted throughout the known universe. The Solari, the Imperial economy relies on. No, the spice melange is a commodity. While it is the most valuable commodity in the known universe, its value, spice, is bought in Solaris. It is sold in Solari.
Hello, welcome. How can the Spacing Guild be of service? I might ask you the same question, were I interested. Well, at least you did not assume I was from this lamentable place. I am from Chusik, a lush and peaceful world. Very much the antithesis of Arrakis. For love and necessity, each in its own measure. More one than the other, if I'm honest. No, I'm merely a servant of the administration, I'm afraid. Here to acquire spice from the resourceful and determined, as well as the rude. Oh, dear. Nowhere is there a place that more plainly tells its own story as Harco. Merely look down into the slave pit and up to the spire. In Harco, there is nothing in between. Never mind. There is a limit to what a lady will disclose so early in an acquaintance. Back again? No, I'm as well as the rude. Oh, dear. Merely look down into... Oh, I'd imagine colouring books, instruments of torture, stuffed animals, dead children. Amusements of that nature are to Glossu Raban's taste. Though he is rarely there, supervising the construction of Neo-Carthag keeps him terribly occupied. Not going well, from what I understand. Well, I wouldn't shout it in the Grand Souk, though I can hardly imagine it drawing any attention if I did. Everyone is aware of what he is. He's rather proud of his proclivities. Back again? No, I'm merely a servant of the administration.
The whispers of dissent are the seeds of rebellion. Stamp them out with unwavering loyalty to House Harkonnen.
I knew you'd be back. Kahraman Rais is my name. Mechanic. Not the only one, but I'm the only one There are a lot of people in Harco you don't want to deal with. Some would take the water right out of your mouth. This place has a way of making people mean. Look around. This isn't a paradise like Chusuk. On Arrakis, every day is a battle. And Harco fights dirty. You can try to do the right thing, but eventually, like a worm, it pulls you down to where you're doing things you never thought you were capable of. It's a question of survival, and the shape it takes depends on the pressure applied. But listen to me, going on about pressure. Ugh, I must have that jammed pneumatic stamp on my mind. You know, Einar's asked after it 3 times this week. Can you believe? Ah, but I'm sure you mean what can we do for each other, huh? Well, you can find fuel here, but also tools and packs for repair. I've got access to vehicle schematics, too. If any of that interests you, I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. What's on your mind? I assume you mean the Samuta and not me. I am quite particular about my height. Not myself, no. But after Mother died, my father found solace in the escape the drug provides. Now the little that is left of him yearns for nothing else. It is a dismal, blind alley to travel. Mind you keep clear of Sumuta. I knew you'd be back. Only Kahraman Rais is my name. Mechanic. Not the only one, but I'm the only one I'd recommend. There are a lot of people in Harko you don't want to deal with. This place has a way of making people mean. But I've got access to vehicles. What's on your mind?
I don't recognize the pattern of your footfalls. Who are you? You're in dubious luck, then. I am an adept of the Ginaz school. Millennia of martial knowledge distilled. Though I'm but a mangled memory of Saren Valen, a memory is enough to thrash you. Keep your distance. Then you are more civilized than most of the wretches who scuttle about here. Seems there's an old custom on this cruel planet to cast the blind out among the dunes for burial by way of Wormbelly. Several curs accosted me to uphold that tradition. I scribed regret upon their flesh in so bold a signature as they won't soon forget. On guard. You've either received too little or too much training for me to be able to properly...
Citizens, heed the warning of history. Only through unwavering loyalty to our covenant can we avoid the chaos that befalls the destroyer.
Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking treatment, I have all manner of locally sourced natural remedies for whatever ails you. Do not underestimate the potency of ground Zithtrakian antlion eggs. An amount no greater than the head of a pin can instigate the regeneration of necrotized tissue at the cellular level. On more primitive worlds, they believe it is magic. What is there to tell? I am a simple herbalist, plying my trade in a troubled world. Well, whoever told you that is mistaken. While I do offer healing services, they are of a simple naturopathic variety. Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking, what is there to tell? I am a, well, whoever told? Welcome, stranger. If you come seek, do not underestimate an amount on more primitive world.
Greetings, stranger. What can I do for you? From dangerous? Do you have business with me? From our homeworld of Drem, House Spinette produces the finest assassins deployed throughout the Imperium. For a price. That sounds like an Atreides sentiment. Their lofty ideals are commendable. But the conflict on Arrakis proves how ill-suited it is to the universe. We cleave to the laws of Khanli. We perfected the precepts of a war of assassins. Following these rules costs far less lives than open war. Our precise discipline in the art of death actually saves lives across the Imperium. The math does not lie. That is why we've come to Arrakis. Why we lobbied among the Landsraad for the conflict between Duke and Baron to be a war of assassins. My name is Darina Danilo. I have the distinct privilege of serving the Landsraad representatives of House Spinette here on Arrakis. Though mine is a double calling, I'm also a chef sought out by the nobles of many houses. Good taste unites us. That is not untrue. Our society produces paragons among assassins and poisoners, as well as culinary masters. As you say, our food is that good. The things I can do with Marosdir would make a paranoid man risk it all. Besides, ours is a society that cleaves to the laws of Khanli and the rules of conduct in the War of Assassins. We are that code's most devoted servants. Ours is a culture where politeness and coyness walk hand in hand. It is vulgar to say who is and who is not a practicing assassin. I will say that Harko Village offers multiple levels of opportunity for my house, not the least of which is the demand for a skilled chef. House Harkonnen is a house of appetites, after all. My name is Darina Danilo, though mine is a That is not untrue. Our food is that good. The things I can do with Besides, ours is a society that cleaves to the laws of... Ours is a culture where politeness and coyness walk hand in... I will say that House Harkonnen is from our homeworld.
Sustentor, for you are the foundation upon which House Harkonnen builds its empire. Together we shall conquer all adversaries. Yourself in the teachings of House Harkonnen, knowledge is power. Seeking alliances with rival factions is an act of betrayal. Loyalty to
You are not recognized by the lands.
Without a decree...
It seems the...
It would seem the land... It would seem the Landsrad's favor does not...
It seems the benevolence of the Landsrad does not shine.
No credentials? Then beat it!
I'm certain I've seen you before.
Ah, you're back.
You look a little lost, friend. You got somewhere you need music to my ears. Where do you want... The basin is a pretty big place. Could you near Mir's place? Yeah, I know it. Thopter's always warmed up.
Someone's here.
Who's that?
I've got you covered.
Fortify yourself.
Shields up! Kill them all! Got them! Shield on!
Throwing grenades!
Reload! Attack!
You might have seen my little pyrotechnics display, Offworlder. But whether you did or not, the long and short of it is that I must go. And quickly. The Sardaukar have my scent, and the Emperor's hounds are not known for their mercy. I do not know when we will meet again. Continue to follow your path. Let the desert teach you as you walk in the footsteps of the Fremen. Find allies. It is hard to survive without friends. And remember, Arrakis will sharpen you, Offworlder. Make sure you become the right kind of blade.
someone here. Eyes on enemy. Where's my backup? You're not leaving here alive.
You're dead!
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
found! Shield on! Eyes on hostile! Identify yourself.
Someone's here.
No, not lost, sir. She's dead.
Tragic. Truly tragic. But they say the desert calls the weak.
My God, man, she was one of yours. Cousin, even.
I am in deep mourning, sir. Rumors of disloyalty buzzed around her like blowflies, but now, who's to say? Certainly not her.
My one pleasure in this hell is knowing that you're trapped here with me.
A momentary setback, I assure you.
Even your Harkonnen masters find you insufferable, Maxim. You're down here forever.
Tell me, dear Anton, what's it like being the handkerchief your superiors use to wipe the gore of Shining Atreides' honor?
Let's settle this.
Gladly.
By the laws of Canway.
By the laws of Canley.
By the laws of Canley. Well, you look more capable than the average Scot. No. Dear Anton over there? The poor sod was meant for the battlefield, not intrigue. He drank his own... the business of espionage. Oh, dear. You're like Anton. Pardon me. Living in the heat and lingering Fremen stink erodes civility. I am Levenbrak Maxim Kazmir, intelligence officer of Great House Harkonnen. Brazen and eager, I can work with that. I'd say it's about building trust, but...
Do you aspire to contribute to some... What you just witnessed was the product of 10 centuries of bad blood between House Atreides and House Harkonnen. Indeed. It's something I've become all too familiar with on Arrakis. You're not wrong. That is the product of several years of bile. The laws of Canley prevent either of us from doing what our knives are so eager to do. In accordance with the Great Convention, I'm pleased to see you again. My house seeks assets in this wretched war of assassination. It would be an honor to serve with you. I'm pleased to see you again. That we are. If you're interested, I'm just the man to talk to. My house seeks assets in this wretched... A trust is not an... One of our undercover agents. Find the agent.
Another innocent traveler. Like the Vermilius Gap? I had no mentat, but this desert and I are on intimate terms. Oh, that's because of the iron. Used to be a big industry here for it. You can still see some of the old rigs. Long, long ago, before the spice craze. Used to be the Fremen owned this patch of sand, till the Emperor had them all killed. That's when the blasted Kirobs slinked in. Scavengers turned bandits. Got to figure in slitting. Oh, they're not bastards, but the pay and cost. Best quiet that question, lest you like a sucking chest wound. Most of them, sure. They'd rather die young, knife in hand. Older I get, the more sense I see in that. All of them, though? No. They're a tenacious lot. There's them two staring daggers at each other yonder. Spycraft recruiters for the Atreides and Harkonnen. Passive aggression makes me nethers itch. I appreciate the sycophancy. You take me for a tour guide. See that big rock shaped like a hammer? That's Mirzabar. Great view. Start there. See what you can figure out. Guess that's not illegal.
Someone new. Are you, by chance, looking for banter or legal advice? You may call me Amadi Ikeni. I serve the interests of House Tseda on Arrakis. I, myself, am from the minor house of Ikeni. We are a Tseda House minor, and a very specialized one at that. We specialize in imperial law as it pertains to the governing of houses and the conduct of nobility. In a chaotic universe of is there anything else you'd like to know about? The Anvil is a unique melting pot, and what a far... In particular, many see the unenlightened. In truth, we rose in power. Correct. He said several houses, but our unparalleled mastery of law is sought out for I presume you may call me... There are many... Is there anything else you'd like to... The Anvil is... And what a fine place to offer... In particular, many see Tseda as the unenlightened. In truth, we rose in power to... Correct. He said, such was the splendor of the risen phoenix that the lesser birds could not... Several houses formed it, but... I presume you may call me Amadi. There are Is there anything else you'd like to... The Anvil, and what a fine place. In particular, there are many see Tseda as the least... The unenlightened say we arose... In truth, we rose in... Correct. He said several houses, but we march on. Our unparalleled mastery of law is sought out. You may call me... We specialize in imperial... There are many... Is there anything else you'd like to... The Anvil, and what a... In particular, you may call... We specialize in imperial law as it pertains... There are many... Is there anything else you'd like... The Anvil, and what a... In particular, many... In truth... Several houses formed in... But our many...